Alright. Just wait until you... Just wait until you play Revelations. Ah, okay. To be honest, when I think of Barry, I think of Sausage Party. I have never seen Sausage Party, guys. Never ever. I see it everywhere, but I never watched it. Oh, I've never seen it before. Really? Yeah, really. Yeah, really. Also, guys, my mic is like super sensitive because I had to take it off of like my table stand. So my mic is like on my table. You can hear everything. I mean everything. Like you can hear my keyboard clacking extra loud, my mouse extra loud. So disclaimer. Okay, disclaimer. That seems like your type of movie? Really? It's a comedy, right? I love comedies. Comedies nuts. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Okay. Can you hear her little hands? Okay, where is that comedy and a little bit of sussy? Ah, I see. I mean, the title is literally a sausage party. Where did I end up at? What is my most recent save? What is my most recent save? Is it this one? 32? The merchant's room? I have no clue. I think it's this one. It says 2:37:12. Okay. Can't remember. I saved it like twice though. Oh, alright. I remember. I got this. I remember. Okay. I think I got everything. Oh, hello, sir. Look at his feet, guys. His toes, his dogs. So thank you for the head pass. Thank you. Okay, what was my mission again? This? Honestly, it's been a whole week. Okay. No, don't want that DMCA. Why not? Where'd I go? Where is she? She's chasing me, right? I remember she was chasing me. Right? Oh no. What the hell? Okay. Where do I go? Go back? Did you defeat the 3 sisters? Yeah, I killed all 3 of the sisters, and it's mommy time. Oh, mommy right there.
The entire bloodline of
But how do I kill her though?
Stunning.
Is she just gonna chase me? Hold on. Safe room? This? The hall 4? That's like right in front of me, right? Mask. This one? Am I missing one?
The entire
No.
is done in by the likes of you.
She's right there. Okay. Wait, what the fuck? I'm subscribed, but I still got 2 ads? Blame Twitch! Carefully. I remember I downloaded a fly splatter mod as a knife, and I just slapped. Oh my god! You slapped my butt! What? Oh my goodness. Oh, it's expired today. That's why. Ah. Always renew your subs, guys. I'm not asking for money, but I'm unemployed, but I would love money. Haha. Where did she go? Thank you so much for the sub. Thank you for the sub. Thank you so much for the sub. Thank you so much for the sub. Oh, can use that there. This one? Oh wait, oh, I only had 2 masks. Oh shit, I do have 2 masks. Okay. Huh. So thank you so much for the sub. She loves money. Don't challenge your sin. I won't. Okay, I remember there was a mask in one of these rooms. Is it this one? The room where I killed one of the sisters. Okay, entrance hall. Dining room. Wine room. This one. Hall of pleasure. Oh. So thank you for the hydrate. Welcome in, Ace Prime. Welcome. Duke's noise startled me. That's why you chose gift as a love. No, I did not. My love language is not gifts. Okay. I really like it. My love language is. What is it? I love words. Good words. Words of. Who is it called? She loves gifts. No, I don't. No, I don't. F unlock. This is a room, right? Okay. Is she gonna show up here? No? Lockpick. Okay. I feel like I could hear her, but I don't know. Oh. Oh! Oh my god! Okay, we go upstairs. Leave me alone. Affirmations. Yes. That. So thank you for the head pads. Is it this room? This one, right? But the door closes. How do I leave? Also, welcome in, MP-chan. Welcome. Bro doesn't have the movement. Okay. How do I leave? I can't just get out, can I? Huh. If I take the mask, I can't get out. How do I get out? What? There has to be a way for me to get out, right? Put this back. It's the pleasure room. The hall of pleasure. Okay, you know what? We'll come back. The portrait. Okay, we go to her room. Oh, this room. The portrait. Straight. Other side, Hall of Joy. Yeah, a pleasure room. Okay, straight. Other side of the hall. This is a huge house, though. This room? I took that. We're here. I did this. What do I do here? What do I do here? Oh, I did go. Wait, I still have to. Okay, I still need to ring that other bell, right? That freaking bell. How do I get there? How do I get there? The bed chamber. This is the basement. Did you try shooting it from here? Shooting it from here? Ow! I thought because... okay. I thought because it was a window, I couldn't break the window. I thought to like go out there. Like outside to shoot it, you know? Like a person. Where does this take me? That's okay, Shinobi. Oh my god, he's losing my full name. Am I in trouble? Okay. New place. Treasure map. Oh god, don't beat yourself up. I mean, are you alive? Maybe what if I like it? Crystal skull. Lockpick. But shit like skinny beat up. Yeah, exactly, right? What is this? I heard there was something called the Dagger of Death's Flowers. Somewhere in this castle. It's apparently an antique from the Middle Ages that's coated on a concoction of poisons from across the continent. It's said to have been crafted to kill demons and monsters. It sounds fascinating, but no one knows where it is. Is this what we have to do? Is that what we have to get to kill her? Mother. Kill mother. Oh, sniper. Sniper! Oh god. I don't want a sniper. Anything here? I need a dagger. Oh. Are they gonna hit? Am I gonna have to fight them? But I hardly even know her. Dagger. Okay. We're on the rooftop. Stop! Stop! Oh my god. Show yourself, come on. Do they have legs? Oh god. Oh, these are people! God. Oh, Batman? This is what I feel when I see flying insects. Oh god, I hate flying insects. Actually, but butterflies aren't that bad. But like, have you guys seen a butterfly up and close? They look creepy as hell. Yeah, I don't know if I'm supposed to go here. Come on. Oh god. Yeah. You wanna get up? Where's the other one? No? Okay, I'm wasting bullets. Oh god. Man, y'all will hate palmetto? What is palmetto? Okay, I think I'm supposed to go over here, right? Go down? I don't want to go down first. Google it! You want me to Google it? Oh my god! Palmetto bugs? What? Is that just cockroaches? What that? I don't know what that is. God bless your soul, Shen. My soul. You did? Crystal wing. Picture a giant roach that flies. Oh my god. You know, my brother always tells me like he used to see like flying cockroaches and like I don't know, I've never seen a flying cockroach before. I've never ever. Oh my god. Come here, come here. Come here, I need you to come over here. Come on. Come on. Can't get over? Come on. Nice, nice. Wait, they dropped so much money, guys. Is that it? I hear you. Oh. Oh god, oh no. I needed to lose. Don't fall, please. Okay. I hate flying cockroaches. One time it flew to my face. Oh, no, that's yucky. What the heck? Never screamed so hard. That's terrible. Anything that like flies nearest my face, I hate it. My face or like my ears. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. You guys know one time I was eating like one time I was at university and I was eating my lunch outside, right? Outside. It was a good day and I was like, you know, I feel a little quirky today, you know? I'm gonna eat outside like a cool person. And then it fucking like bee landed on my food. I'm not even kidding. And like I was so scared to pick it up. Like it wasn't like a bumblebee, it was like a hornet bee. The sharp motherfuckers. I didn't know what to do. I was like silently panicking. I was literally gonna leave my Tupperware right there, like my food right there, and just abandon it. Go home. Jesus. Palmetto bugs are actually kind of big. I just googled the size of palmetto bugs. Palmetto bugs are unusually larger than other types of cockroaches, going up to 3 inches long, while most household roaches are 0.5 to 1.5 inches. Oh my god. That's a lot. I feel like anything... Okay, I don't know if it's just me. I feel like bigger bugs are not as scary as like very, very tiny bugs. You know, I feel like as long as I can keep my eye on it, I'll be fine, you know? Compared to like a very, very tiny bug and I can't see it, I'm gonna be paranoid. Okay. Addict? This is where we came from, right? Here. But here? I got one mask. Let me go down. Now when they were flying at you? Really? I mean, I don't know, man. I don't like bugs at all. I don't like bugs at all. I mean, the only bug I would like hold would be like a cricket. Probably like a grasshopper. Or like, I don't know. I hate worms. I hate anything like wormy. What's this one?
Stupid man thing! You won't live
Is she right
long,
there?
even if you run!
No, take me back out! heck? Okay. Which one's this? This one is 3. And then I just need that one mask in that one room. How do I get it? How do I get that mask? Oh! Do I have to put it here? Wait, actually, I don't know. Wait, no. I was here. I went to the wrong room. Hold on. The other side. Okay. Hall of Pleasure.
No place left to run.
No. It's over here. The pleasure room? The pleasure room. Where am I? Opera hall? How do I get back? Can I open this? Sniper rifle ammo. This takes me down. This piano room. Opera hall. I hear her. Wait, did I go inside this door already? Did I? Here? Wait, I've been here already. How did I get out? This? Bro, got lost already? Yes, I got lost! My sense of direction is not good. Okay, I killed everything here. I remember. I killed everything here. Okay. And I'm here. And this. Okay. This brings me to her chamber, right? Her chamber. What is this room? Have I been in here already? This one? Wait, no! It's broken! Wait. How the fuck do I get back? Or are we gonna save it? I have to go back all around? What? Okay, we go back all around. I love how you're backtracking everything again. Okay, it's been a week, alright? I have a short-term memory, okay? I just gotta remember. I just gotta remember, okay? Here. She's not gonna follow me down here, right? You suck. Damn right I do. I'm sorry. What? Hey yo. Okay, this place is a no-go. Wait, have I been here? This tub is huge! Whoa, wait, this tub is huge. Ladies' lipstick. Oh, wait, now I'm here. Wait. Now I'm here, I'm outside? How the fuck did I get here? What? Oh, never saw that treasure before? Really? It was in like the paper, it was talking about her lipstick. In the other room? I have no clue how I got there. What the heck? Oh, by the way, Shan, what did you think of that new clip? The one of you guys just spamming sound alerts to what's the name? Saffron? Metal scrap.
You'll make the best vintage yet.
Oh fuck. Is she behind me? Oh fuck. No. Are you dead? Okay. This is the basement where we kill what the sister. What? Oh god, I'm so lost. Don't lie to me. Don't lie to you. I think you guys are terrible people. I love Saffron. Okay, I'm missing a treasure here. Or something. Is it in the sky? In the ceiling? Okay. What am I missing here? Oh, is it this? Oh, it was just that. Okay. That was a gem. I don't? Okay, buddy. Wait. Is it not this room? Is the other room? The other room? Wait. Is it this room? The Hall of Pleasure. This room? Okay, if I pick this up, how do I get back? How do I get back? After this mounted animal skull. Wait, do I have to look at it? How do I look at my... What is it? Examine? It has to be this, right? Okay. I got it.
Okay.
Okay. Big brain. Okay. I got it. I just gotta look, guys. I just gotta look. I didn't remember that. But now you do. Wait. This one? What does it do? Open this door? Master Angel blinded gaze and... What? Then only you'll be saved? What? Oh. escaping? Church. The dagger. Oh god. Oh god.
Ruined everything!
Oh, penetration. Now we will win this. Oh, she just dies like that. No, the knife, the dagger, then the booba shot. Oh, she got wings. Holy shit! She's a dragon? Oh, that's not a dragon. Oh my god. Oh, ouch.
Looks like your outside matches your inside. Son of a bitch.
How do I get out? Oh, I got something on. Sniper rifle. First aid mid. Pistol only, pistol only. Leave me alone, leave me alone.
Too bad you'll pay for it with your life!
Okay. Where are you? Where is she? Uh-oh. Oh, you're ready, Damon? Okay. Oh my god! Are we getting attacked by... Boom, what is that? Like bugs? Flies? Where did she go? One bullet? Oh my god, I can't aim! Oh my god! Okay. Oh fuck! Oh no, don't turn! Oh, she's gonna eat me? Okay, where are you going?
Just give up!
Okay! Is she dead? Oh no. Of course not. Okay. Guess I could win this with one try. Oh Sam! Is there any handgun ammo?
Roses are
Okay. Shit is cracked, shit is cracked.
You'll kill me!
Oh my god! Did I win? Phase 2? Is this phase 2? Wait, that's it? That's it? Wait, that was so easy! I feel like that was too easy! Wait, oh my god. Oh, phase 2?
Don't be shy. Show me.
Don't be shy. Oh.
Time to die. I'll eat you up, every last morsel.
Yeah, yeah. You want a piece of this? Oh god. Is it? Oh, is it not over yet? Oh, it's over. Sheesh! Sheesh! Oh, nice.
You're the one who's cursed.
Well, Capcom is too soft for normal difficulty. You know, I agree. I feel like this one is too easy. I feel like all the other ones were like a lot harder. This is definitely one of the easier boss, right? Maybe I'm just too cracked.
Looks like I'm getting out of this place.
Dirty flask. Okay. No, where to go? Look for Rose. Save. Maybe I should have played this on hard difficulty, huh? I finished the item that was requested. Please deliver it to the house with the red chimney. Go through the caves to the ruins, then down into the village. No? Well, let's just say you are a crack gamer. Alright, alright. Can I make something? How do I craft again? How do I craft again? E? Oh. First aid. Wait, what do I have though? I have 1 shotgun bullet. Okay, let's make 3. Okay. No, you will lose your sanity? Don't I already lost my sanity? I thought I lost my sanity already. I'm still sane? Are you telling me I'm still sane? Okay, the bridge is down. This is the only door we could go into. Wait, can I go over here? Can I? No? It's there a door to go over there behind the house? Gunpowder. There's a well. Oh, I need a crank. Okay. Oh, nope. You say you said what? You said Saturday? Yeah, today is Saturday, is it not? Yeah, today is Saturday. So welcome in, Mom. Welcome, welcome. How are you? How is your day? Oh, fish. This will heal me, right? The fish? Can I just grab hold on. Can I sell them? Okay. Wait, okay. Nice, nice. Do it, Michael. What are you...
Together as one in reverence.
Is that the old lady?
Call on thee within the endless dark to deliver us into fate's hands. As the midnight moon rises on black wings, as the midnight moon rises on black wings.
Got
we
done
await
drinking with
the
Kenny
light
and them,
of the
so it was
end.
good. Oh, nice!
Light
What did you guys
and
drink?
death, glory to
Why is
Mother
everyone
Miranda.
drinking? Everybody was drinking
Hey,
yesterday.
Remember me? I almost died up at that castle.
I know Doshi was drinking
Tell me,
yesterday. He was
what
all
is
like,
going on
I
around here?"
love my girlfriend. I
How
love
can
her
a
so
man be
much.
almost dead? That's a question
On
for the
stream.
wise.
So funny. He's
You
so
know what
cute.
I mean. And I still haven't found Rose. Where did Mother Miranda take her?
You're too
Shush.
late. Or maybe
It was
almost
so
too
cute.
late.
Don't
The
say
child
a
will be
thing.
sacrificed. Life for
He did
life.
a live,
kind of sick medieval shit
guys.
is
He did
this?
a live. He was
She's
all
just a
like,
baby.
"Thank you, Oreo, for introducing
Crests
me
of
to
the fourth
her.
bloodline may
She's the
open
best
the
thing."
Will you please stop talking in riddles? I just want to find my
So
daughter.
cute.
It's only a little if you don't.
Fucker.
Wait a second. That was familiar.
Never
Hey,
again.
hey, wait.
Peach soju. Peach soju is like the best soju, not gonna lie though. Okay, Winky. Like it tastes like juice. You could drink so much of it. Okay. I got the Winky. Wing key. That drink was 2 months old. Got it for Christmas. Really? Oh my god. Damn. I still have my bottle of vodka from my birthday. Literally half a bottle left. Can you guys believe that? I drank half of that bottle for my birthday. Literally insane. Alcoholic. Insignia. Can I? Okay, I could put these away, right? 30 flask. A glass container with a flower and a sword crest. It's too dirty to see inside. Can I look at it? Inspect? No? Door crest. A flower crest. With scissors? Oh! Are those not scissors? Those are swords? Okay, okay. I'm glad I'm not the only one. Got too lazy to drink it. But like soju is such a casual drink. Like I'll drink soju and I'm like eating ramen or something. Okay, What's over here? Sniper rifle ammo. Oh, I hear something. Are you alive? Wait, can I shoot him? Well, I'm just a boy. You see that headshot? I'm so good. I know there's another one here. Where are you? I hear you. I hear you growling. Oh shoot. Okay. Yeah, you wanna come at me? Yeah? Get a taste of that. They're dead shit. Have some respect. You know. I don't have anything to say to that. Okay. It's werewolf time. Lichen. Don't you dare call them out. Okay, 6 bullets. Metal scrap. Like in these. Oh my god, you know, every now and then I think about like this really funny joke I made. Oh wait, can I use a... I need a key for this? A really funny joke I made. Somebody was talking to me and they were like, damn, I'm such a pain in the ass. And I was like, I guess you can say you're an ass crack. It's so funny. It's so funny. It's so funny. It's so funny. I still think about it. Also, thank you for the hydrate, Havoc. Thank you. Oh god, it's such a funny joke. It's so funny. Don't you just hate it when like you say a really funny joke and nobody appreciates it? Like, it's so funny and I need someone to laugh at it because it's hilarious. It's hilarious. Oh, this is kind of cult-ish here. An altar.
There you are. I had a feeling you would
Thank
pop
you for
up
everything.
here.
Thank you.
It was all worthless.
Is that so? I assume you've picked up something of value.
His belly.
Not sure if it's a value, but
How does he move so
Why,
fast?
you have your daughter right in your own hands.
My daughter?
what are you saying?
Take a closer look.
Joyce to hear a great laugh. Me love that. Welcome, man. Umbratus. Welcome to the chat. How are you? How was your day?
That flask seems to contain her head.
It's my child. That's her head?
No. What?
Wait, just her head?
Roses.
Don't say another word.
Think also Mitchell or
This is
RE4.
impossible.
RE4?
This
Mitchell
just can't be.
He's kind of
Your
sussy though.
daughter's essence
This
is
guy-
still intact. Her powers are
Maybe this guy is
truly
sussy.
unique.
So
Who
do
could
find
even do this?
all of her,
She can be
her body
saved,
parts
you know.
then?
Saved. From this?
Hello, my day is
Are you
good. How's
insane?
yours? Having
There's
fun
a house
killing
with
monsters?
a red chimney
Yes,
on the
sir!
western side
Yes,
of the
sir!
village. Go
Having
and
lots
seek
of
out
fun.
the man who lives there. Then we can continue our
My day has been
conversation.
pretty good. I woke up.
Quit holding out
Like
and
4
get to
hours
the
ago?
damn point.
You don't have to trust
What
my
did I do?
word.
I ate food. That's
Do you have
pretty
any
much
better
it.
options?
I started streaming. Yep. Pretty good day.
Your choice.
Joy of head.
The customer is always right.
The
After
customer
all.
is always right.
You'll pay if I find out this is a lie. Fuck.
I'm a BRB like. Thank you for the like. Thank you. Itoshi is gonna be watching me from inside the closet.
Ah, yes.
Okay, I want to sell some stuff.
I've procured some new items for you, Mr. Winters.
So this. Damn, 25,000? Sheesh! Wow, look at that. Wait. Body 8? She's thick? Oh my god. You guys see this? She's thick. Lady lipstick. Fish. Oh, cannot be eaten. Ingredient? I could cook it. Lockpick, first aid. Okay.
Oh, Lady Dimitrescu.
Beautiful
Now I have
even in death.
51k.
That waistline. Yes.
Can I upgrade my gun now? Okay. Upgrade weapon. Reload speed. And ammo. For sure.
Leave this to me.
Rate of fire. I don't really care. Okay. But shotgun. Still ammo. Can I not? Oh.
One
Ammo.
moment, please.
How much do I have? 23? Power. I could do reload speed again. But should I though? Huh. Supplies. 30k! Wait! I could have gotten this instead. Oh well, it's fine. It's okay. I could survive. Should I just get ammo? Let's get some just in case. 1k? 30? Is this too much? Should I just do 10? Okay, let's do reload speed.
Aha.
Might as well max it out.
Pay me no mind.
Thank you for your patronage.
We save it. Oh. The number... Me too. Do I not have a storage box here? There's no storage box here? So I could store stuff? What is this? Can I put this in here then? Oh, what is this?
What the hell?
The wing key. Which way do we go? This way? Okay, we go this way first. Wait, can I build some stuff? Craft some stuff? Shotgun ammo, chem fluid, rusted scrap. First aid. I have one herb. I might as well use it, right? Okay. Can I knife it? Yeah. Hello? Oh, we're back here! Are you dead? This is the church. Where do I go now? What? Find a house with the red chimney. Okay. Find a house with the red chimney. Red chimney, red chimney. House with the red chimney. This one? Okay, scrap. Chem fluid. Teddy bear? Did I not go here before? Rusted scrap. Handgun ammo. I heard a scream from the house with the chimney. I was going to take a look, but the way was blocked by debris. Going to have to take the long way around. Who I thought the hole in the stable walls would come in handy. If I'm not back by morning, you should go to Louisa's house alone. Father. Let me open this. The hell was that? Wooden animal body. Okay. Gonna unlock this. Is that the head? Do I need that? Actually, I don't know. No, I can't move this? Oh, I didn't hold it. Oh shit! Ow! Don't get up! Don't get up! Okay. Before I go there, let's loot. I'm gonna loot. Anything? Scrap metal. Nothing. Okay. Anything in here? Oh, bro's dead. Some kind of other item. I need some kind of other item. To move this. Do not enter. Okay. Anything here? No. A dead crow. Oh. I need a code. What is this? Look out the window? Look out the window. The window? Oh! Oh my god! Oh fuck. Okay. 404. Is that the only number? 04? Oh, I see. Okay. 070408. 07 04 08. Oh my god, I'm so big brain. M19. Wait, is this a better gun? Is this a what is this? Fully automatic handgun. Is this better than my Lemmy? Oh no, I don't think. I actually don't know. Okay, stick to this. I'm back. Welcome back. I guess you could say it's like Red 9. Is it better than my handgun? The one I'm already using? Wait, why is there so many of them? All of a sudden. No, why is there so many of you guys now? No, I missed. Ah! Oh my god. Please go away. Are you all dead? Let me check the stats of your gun, which has better damage and such. Okay. You know what? I'll check it later. I think I'm doing pretty good with the gun I have. I already have my default gun. Where did the other guy die? This one? Crystal Skull. It's locked from the other side. Okay. Locked from the other side. How do I get out though? No scope, let's go. Yeah, I'm such a crack shooter, huh? A goat's head. Oh, is that the house with the red chimney? I thought it was this one. How do I get there? Wait, I lost it. This one? This house? It's locked from the other side. Okay. But it's blocked. I have to go the long way. Like the letter said. The long way. Shen didn't even... What do you mean? Oh, hi Shinobi, how are you? Welcome in, Jordan. Welcome. I'm doing good. I'm doing great. I'm having lots of fun playing Village. I just beat like the first boss. Now I'm progressing to the second part. And easy to pick lock. Doing good. How are you, Jordan? How's your day? Fuck up the dolls? Are you afraid of dolls or no? I mean, I like dolls. I don't mind them. I think they're creepy though. I would prefer to fight a doll than fight a mannequin. I say. Okay. Can't leave there. Can I wait? Can I even leave? No, okay. Can't leave there. That's the only way, right? Over here? But I need something to push it. I need to push it. I'm doing well, just in bed right now. Oh, nice. I mean, it is pretty late, you know? Okay, how do I get that? Yep. Okay, good luck. Okay. Thank you, thank you. Okay, I gotta lose my brain. I gotta lose my brain. Wait, how about we go over here? What's this grab? This key won't fit. It's decorated with a 6 wing. 6 wing? Okay, wait. How many wings do I have on my key? 2? 2 wing. I need a 6 wing key. 6 wing key. 6 wing. Need a crank for that. Okay. Chickens? Do I get a golden egg here? Are you guys gonna hatch me a golden egg? It's locked from the other side. Okay. Locked from the other side. What if I just kill them? I don't know if I should kill them or not. This is herb. Oh my god. Ouch. Is that it? Is that what this is? This is just a treasure room? Hello chat. Welcome in Stanov. Stanov. Am I saying your name right? I keep forgetting. Welcome, welcome. How are you? How's your day? Slice that goat. I'm cutting it up. I'm cutting it up. Okay. Have I... Wait, have I been here? Oh no, this is where I came from, right? Yeah. I'm so confused. Okay. Okay. Look at my map. That's the church. Well, I can't go there. No. Here. This is locked. This is also locked. This is also locked. Okay. I can only go over here. More chickens? You can say my name however you prefer. Just make sure not to summon any gugs or... Okay, okay. I won't. I won't. Okay, you know, we're gonna backtrack. We're gonna backtrack. I need a crank for sure, right? Oh no, wait. I went in here, right? Oh, what is that? Okay. Nice, nice. Okay, the only way I could go is over here. Right? Over here. Over here. Over here. Over here. And I need something for this. Oh, jack handle. Okay. I forgot to grab that. What did that do? Did I just crawl under? Uh-oh. I'm gonna get crushed. Get up, get up. No, nothing? Hold on, hold on. Hold on. Yeah? careful, be careful of gug trickery. I'm cracked, guys. I'm so cracked. Okay. God. This town is full of monsters. I know, right? So many lichens. A pig? Are you important? I feel like you might be. Oh my god! Fucking shit! Oh Jesus Christ! Oh my god! Oh my god! That, oh my god! That scared the shit out of me! Oh my god! I can't believe I fell for that! Oh my god! Jesus Christ! God damn it! God damn it! God damn it! God damn it! Friggin' pig! Oh my god! Can I kill it? Oh my god! Oh my god! You. That was so shame! Shame! Oh my god! Shame on me. Can I get the meat, sell it to the Duke? Can I? He's eating people. He's a cannibalist. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. Give these to the Duke. Okay. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. I can't believe I got scared. Oh my god. Shame on me. I mean, pigs eat anything? Oh, you're right, they do. You know, I heard a story that like, if you kill someone, just feed the body parts to the pigs. Because they'll just eat it. Right? How you get scared by that? I don't know. Okay. I hear something. I hear something. I hear something. I hear something. Oh, one right there. One right there. I missed. I missed. I missed. Oh my god. Are you dead? Okay. Nice, nice. Go in here. Pipe bomb. It's locked on the other side. It's locked on the other side. Okay. What the fuck? No! Why you guys scream? How do I kill this guy? How do I kill this guy? Stop! Go away! Ah! Ah! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! No! 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 Don't try to hurt me! Am I not able to kill him? Stop! Oh my god. Perfect crystal skull. Alright. See guys, I'm so cracked. Think that's similar to Wolverine guy on RE4? Oh! Bro, you got shotgun. I know! I don't want to waste it! I don't want to waste it. Okay. I open this door. I can open this now. Oh, right. Wrong key, wrong key, wrong key, wrong key, wrong key, wrong key. Sounds expensive. I know, right? I better get good money for it. Okay, good money. Handgun ammo. A well wheel. Okay. I could look at the wells now. Chicken. Anything here? Large crystal. A pot. Gunpowder. Okay, what's the purpose of the chickens? Am I supposed to kill them? Like, they're like located on the map too. Lock from the other side. Okay. How do I get to the other side? Oh, you know, it's a village. I mean, you're right. You're right. You're right. That is true. You know, that is true. Okay. Okay. Gunpowder. Is that everything in here? That's it? No, there's something in here. Oh, this. Oh, a key? The wing key is just a single piece. 3 more parts are needed to make it whole. Okay, what other part? Another part of the key? The bottom piece? Oh, I got it! Oh. Can I not bring it with me? Combine with the wing key. Oh. Okay. February 1st. Sacrifice 2 goats to Mother Miranda. 2 goats?! Couldn't be me. February 3rd. Offered wool to Mother Miranda. She instructed I find her a list of drugs and tools in the next few days. What for, I wonder? February 8th. No messages from Mother Miranda. Yet the livestock won't stop their ruckus. February 9th. I was instructed to take the items to the cave church at sunrise. But what I saw was frightful. The great four lords were there, and Mother Miranda was holding a child. She whispered something and touched the child. I can't explain well, but the child turned into a white crystal. Then she... I couldn't help but speak up. I asked her why she was doing such a thing. Why she did such a thing. Mother Miranda just smiled at me. This is the chosen child. She will return to her original form no matter what befalls her. Then she gave each lord a part of the crystal in a flask, and they left. I forgot to bow to Mother Miranda before I fled. I was still shaking. What did she do? What is that child?
Damn it.
Okay.
Better see the Duke again.
Oh my god! Is that a raid from Soki? Welcome in, raiders! Welcome! Welcome in, Soki! Welcome in, everyone! Thank you for the shadow, Hobie. Thank you. How was your stream? What did you play?
Do that. Where's the candle, though?
Oh my god, like a Soki clip.
We got a candle.
Thank you for the bonk. Thank you. Hobby, do the thing with the uwu? No. Don't do the thing with the uwu.
Active sign.
What's good? Nice. I hope your stream was fun. That's great. Make sure you drink some water,
I'm
get
gonna
lots
draw
of
the active sign.
rest, do your post-stream
Oh shit.
routine.
Just have to
Play
do-
Elden Ring. You play Elden Ring. Nice. That sounds fun. I don't have enough. Good. You don't have enough. Anyways, welcome in, Raiders. My name is Shinobi the Goat. I'm a goat, and right now I'm playing Resident Evil 8 Village. Oh my god, I'm tempted to abuse mod privilege one time. No, don't you dare. No, don't you dare. For science, of course. No. Just once. No. Nice, do you like it? I love it, actually. I love it. I love the Resident Evil series. Yep. Alright, we're gonna unlock this. Unlock this door. We can open up all the wells now, right? Give some loot. Hope I'll look the other way, do the thing. No. I am not gonna look the other way though. Oh, I'm watching you, Hobie. I'm watching. As you command, Chaos would never abuse mod privilege. Never. Surely, Chaos. Surely, right? Okay. That's one of the wells. Is there another one here? I don't remember. There's one right here, one down here, and one over here. Throw money is the other way to earn points fast. Throw money? Oh my gosh. Do I look like a stripper too? Never mind. I was kidding. That was a joke. Wait, did I go over here? I did, right? Oh, it's one of those flying things. Okay, Louisa's house. Why am I going over there? Hold on. We go back. Backtrack. It's the church. I did not say that. Should stop me from throwing money temporarily. Yeah, temporarily. I am unable to do the thing. No, I forgot I cleared the queue. Good. As you should. Okay, wrong way. Oh wait, did I do this one? I did this one, right? Shen has blocked all of us. As I should. You guys abusing powers. Okay, over here. There was another well here, no? Over here, wait. This one's bloody though. Is a monster gonna pop up here? Lockpick. Okay. Got that one. Should I go over here? The well. Is there a quicker way to go over there? Send us a solace and use a streamer leash powers for an uwu. Uwu cover. You guys really want to hear the uwu cover? You guys really want to hear it? Oh my god. Simply the cover and our souls are yours. God. What a newbie! You guys are terrible. I'll play it once, okay? I'll play it once. Where is it? 10,000 points. It will cover. I'm scared! Okay. Hey, you guys can listen to it.
Okay, I know this is a really bad idea, but it's 2 a.m. and I'm bored.
Terrible!
I'm gonna regret this
terrible!
so much.
You're terrible!
Okay.
You're terrible! I'm only gonna give you guys this one pass, okay?
Passes on you. Ooh, you so warm.
You fool! I am
couldn't help but notice your butt from across the floor. That's what you make it.
Just this one time!
Unsip your baggy as pencil, baby. You so musty. Take
No
me
more,
home, panic,
okay?
and make me yours, and don't forget to stop me. See me while my little baby tell boju kisses and lickies and
Jesus
that.
Christ.
I hope daddy like these
Where'd you go?
nuzzles
Where'd
and
you go?
wuzzles and
Okay, over here?
jazz. I'll be getting thirsty.
Hey, I got a little itch.
You think you can help me? Only 7 inches long. Ooh, please stop me. Pulsing your boyfriend my lips. Ooh,
Okay, wait a go.
With this very shit. You
You
don't
don't
see it coming.
Emotional damage.
Thank you. Jesus Christ. Emotional damage. Beautiful. Thank you. It's terrible. My worst decision ever made. So just just know we appreciate you. Thank you. I love the appreciation. I love it so much. I feel so loved, right? Okay, we're back over here. There was another door, right?
How was
Oh.
it? Did you learn anything?
I found
Did
these
I
feathers. Now
learn
tell me how to
anything?
fix this like you said you would.
Settle down. First, you must use that key.
Everyone go over
to
here,
collect all
WEBTOON.
the
No.
little roses.
I haven't
Where are
updated
the
in like
rest
2
of them?
years, guys.
There are
Literally.
4 in total. You have the one. And the other lords
Morality
have
was
the
raised in
rest.
Shed's army.
Lords?
Follow her website too, so she writes more.
Mother
I
Miranda
haven't
is
wrote
the
anything in like
cold,
2 years.
calculating ruler of this
Out of
village.
respect.
4 lords serve under her.
Shen passes the vibe check.
The first you've
She
already
sus
met.
as fuck,
the
but
Lady
passes.
Dimitrescu.
I'm not that sus, okay,
The
guys.
second lives deep in a valley of mist. The dawn.
Oh, is she?
Donna
Are we gonna
Bevian.
fight her? The little doll? Is that why you guys kept saying
None
doll?
of her playmates
Am I ready
have
to
ever
fight
come
doll?
back from that dank old estate.
Good time to update it? You know, I do plan to though.
The third is Moreau.
I know, I want more
a
stupid
being
things.
of twisted flesh that lives in the reservoir past the windmill.
We'll see. Not the
It's said
doll.
that he is not the only monster that lives in those waters.
Knife fight it? There was it?
The fourth and most dangerous is Heisenberg. He works in his factory on the village outskirts.
Heisenberg.
And the project. Let's just say parts of the human imagination are better
Nice.
left alone.
You're going to hate that part? Really? Is it hard? Is it bad? Or is it just annoying? Okay. What a real weapon. What a real weapon? Maestro's collection. Wait, did I miss this? Luisa's heirloom. Wait, can I go back and grab these?
If you truly wish to save your daughter, you must first gather the 4 flasks. I'll do you a personal favor. I've marked the Lord's
The doll is kinda
locations on your
annoying.
map.
Ah.
Some treasures
Okay.
still
I think I
lurk
know
in
what
this
part they
village.
mean. Have fun, Shen.
I'm
Thank
sure
you, thank
each
you,
one will
thank you, thank
prove
you.
of great
I'm ready,
use
I'm
to
ready.
you.
Why are you doing all this?
Why, it's all part of our first-class customer service.
The
Please
customer
do
is
come
always
again
right.
soon. If it's
Okay.
just looking, windows... Ah, yes, I have you. Find some quality ingredients and bring them to me.
So this. Oh, she has 10K. Crystal. And necklace is 2 holes. Wait, I could combine it? Combine it with what? Wait, can I combine it with this? Hold on.
Take care.
Treasure. Do I need a gem for the 2 holes? I can't combine it with this. Okay. Which one? What? So before that, Heroes is the ooh. You want me to do ooh? I don't do oohs anymore, guys. Like Shen merch. Shen merch. The wooden goats. Can I break this though? Yamete kudasai. Yamete kudasai. Over right now or I blow up. Is that a threat? I don't know. Was that good? I haven't done it so long. How about an aura? My aura is bad. Oh yeah, Chaos, that to you. That Snowbreak gets more sus. Snowbreak? What is Snowbreak? Jesus Christ. Alright. This... Can I go back here? Maestro's collection. I wanna try to grab this. Grab this. And this. Luisa's heirloom. Ooh, it was cute. Thank you. I worked really hard on it, you know? Since being cute, I like it. Oh my god, are you calling me cute? No, you. Okay, go here. Wait, how did I get over here? How did I get over there? I went here, right? Was there an exit here? I totally don't remember. Oh my gosh, Shen is so cute. No, you. No, you. Such a cutie patootie. No, you. Okay. How do I get over there? How do I get over there? You know what? We're gonna go over here first. This way? Is it this way? Over here, under the tractor. Oh my god, why are you playing my clip? She can be cute, but isn't always the sharpest crown in the basket. Are you calling me dumb? I'm super shy. Wait a minute, I wanna make you fight. Maybe. You know, I agree with you, sadly. It's true. It's actually true. What? Okay, I can't go over there? Oh, behind me? Is it this house? This house? This one? How do I get inside this house? Oh, this? Maestro's treasure. To whom am I concerned due to Luther's long absence, I'm keeping hold of this house key. Please find me, you need it. Joseph Simon. The gardener? Ah, okay. So I need a key. I need a Max Win. Okay, it's gonna like by hole. You have fun. Thank you, Soki. Thank you for the rain. Rest well. Get lots of sleep. Drink lots of water. Oh, hey doll. Drink lots of water. Get lots of rest. Make sure you lock your doors, lock your windows, lock your closet, because I'm gonna lurk. No worries, I shall. Yes, yes. Okay. I can't grab that. That means I also cannot grab this then, right? Or can I? Or can I? I don't think I can. Or can I? Can I? Should I go check? For sure I can get this. For sure. Or can I? But how do I get to the other side? Everything's blocked. Shen hates a lot of those clips, to be fair. Yeah, because all of my clips are like super... I don't know. They're cringe. I'm cringe. I'm a cringe person. Sometimes I look back and I regret the things I said. It's so cringe. We are aware. You know, nice to know that. Nice to know that. Okay, I was there. This is where it came from? 10 hours, guys. 10 hours. Oh, this is a normal clip. No, this is my new record. my 10-hour stream. I remember. My new record. 10-hour stream. 10-hour stream. Feels amazing. Feels amazing. I was actually dying. I went on for another like 6 hours after that.
The end is near.
Remember that copy pasta reading shit? Yes, I remember. I remember. Oh, boku no tsunsui wa oki desu. This is your origin story. This is my origin story. Shen equal ultimate cringe lore. I do have ultimate cringe lore. I have ultimate cringe. That's literally what I am. I'm just cringe. I'm a ball of cringe. Okay. How do I get back to the guy? Oh, it's the other corner. I'm directionally challenged, guys. This way? Red gate? I'm right. This one, 4 doors. Wait, this one also has 4 doors. Oh wait, but this one has the head on it? But this one doesn't. Can I go here first? I wonder what the rest of Shen's model look like. You guys want to see? It's literally like... Oh shoot, hold on. I'm actually green, guys. I'm actually green. But... I'm my little trousers. My loafers. Trousers and my loafers. And I carried a clock, a pocket watch. Because, you know... I'm the greatest of all time. I was born for cringe, guys. My name, I'm literally I call myself the GOAT. Like, that's so cringe. Is that not cringe enough? Goodness, I set myself for cringe, okay? It was a setup. Then she hit me with the sassy pose. Yes, because I'm sassy, okay? Cute model, thank you. She look like an archaeologist. Oh, wait. I see dolls. Hanging dolls. Hanging. Can I hit you? No? Okay, a little creepy cemetery. What's going on here? What's going on here? I see a baby stroller. Look at the dolls just hanging out. Oh my goodness. Don't look at it. It's naked. Oh god. She has a great laugh. I love it. Oh my god, thank you. Thank you. You know, sometimes when I tell a funny joke, one person always laughs. You know who that person is? Me. That's how I know I'm so funny, guys. That's how I know I'm the funniest person. Whenever I make a joke, someone always laughs. That someone is me. Okay, how do I... Oh, it's just a bridge. Oh. It's gonna fall, it's gonna fall. I see a stroller, I see a responsibility shed. No. I'm gonna abandon it.
What?
My wife? Mia?
Ethan, come with me. There's something I have to tell you.
Mia?
Self-love indeed.
What's going
Indeed.
on?
Now do the Bane, I was born in darkness. But replace darkness with I was born with cringe. That self-love adds to the sus. You guys don't like sus though? Sus is good.
Rose feels different.
Oh? What do you mean
Ethan,
different?
You have to fix her.
Fix her? I could fix her! I could fix her! Oh god.
Everyone leaves me.
I don't know, sounds like my kind of logic,
Rose.
right?
I don't want to be.
Shouldn't you love this area?
This can't
Okay.
be real.
Oh my god, I'm having dead space flashbacks. My wife, Mia. And that's why we call you the pure orange, the pure one orange. Orange is pure. Pure orange. Okay.
Am I losing
I'm not
it?
even fix her. How can I fix her? Fix her? But I hardly even know her. Okay, want to open as if give up your memories? Okay. Give up my memories. Give up my memories. Beneviento. A Beneviento. 1987. 1996. Okay. Oh. Free from the bonds of flesh, she now walks the valley of death. Okay. What do I do here? The wheel, treasure map, family photo. What?
What's going on?
Damn, bro, did it even live that long? Good luck playing with Annabelle. Okay. If your birth year is 87, are you the cringe of 87? The bite of 87. I love this part. I'm gonna be shooting dolls. Take out my gun. I got my gun out. Okay. The stink of 87. Who says about shooting dolls? Am I not gonna shoot them? Am I gonna kick the baby? Am I gonna kick them? Okay. Come with me, Ethan? Okay. The punt of 87. I think I could be wrong. Alright, alright. Another mansion. Okay. How's Beneviento? Beneviento? Wait, is there loot I could take here? No? Nothing. The goats of 87. You know, I love that. The goats of 87. The goats of 02. The goats of 02. Yarn. Yellow yarn. Oh, the village is so big. The village isn't that big. You know, the village is kind of small in my opinion. But why is there so many people living there? Should I... let me look at this side first. The goats of 07. Poverty? Okay, this door is locked. 02 sounds water related. H2O. What about this door? Oh wait, I went inside this door. Okay, first floor. You look around. No, this house is pretty clean. I'm not gonna lie. Pretty clean, pretty clean. Are you gonna look at me?
A little sooner than that.
It's that chaos. How does it look too bad? I'll buy it. Thievery.
I mean, you're right.
Bakery? Oh man, oh
You
man.
are right.
What is this though? A yellow plant?
Come on!
Am I gonna get yellow herb?
Fuck! If I had bomb flowers,
Oh! The wallpaper is breaking off. It's falling off. Oh! Oh! Why is that this part of the house is like trashy?
Oh, you ain't got no.
The fighting in the chat, guys.
Yeah.
The battle.
Why would you do that?
It's a clip player.
You know why? Why would you do that? Why would you do this to me?
That weed? You think it's weed?
I made my mistakes.
I guess we go. Wait, should I go? Hold on, wait. Before I go here, I want to check upstairs. Let me check upstairs. Upstairs we go.
Why are you dear?
Okay.
Better
Oh my
question,
God.
why are you not a deer?
Take forever.
Oh dear. Another clip?
Back me up here. Why is my landlord not a deer? Why is he a wolf?
How dare!
You heard it here first,
How
folks. My
dare.
landlord's a furry.
There's nothing here! There's like nothing up here. Okay. Is that it? Oh! Oh, is she one of those people who like does what's it called? Ventriloquism? Am I saying that right? Is that why she has dolls? This is me singing! What the fuck? Shut up! Turn down! What the hell? What the heck? I remember. God! No! Stop! Oh God! What the heck? Me and Marionette or Puppet Master? Those people who like control, like okay, that's it. The people who like control the dolls and make the doll talk without moving their lips, right? Ventriloquism? Is that what she is? Oh my God. Jeez. Okay. Wait. Oh. Alkaloids of mountainous plants. Mountainous plants. Okay. Film player here. Oh my god. Oh, did Chaos give you a gift? My landlord is a fairy. Relatable. Fairy owner. I love fairies. Honestly, I think I'm like a closeted fairy. Not gonna lie. I just can't afford it. I think fairies are cool though. Oh. There she is. There she is. There she is.
I've been waiting for so.
So Shan, apparently me and Kayla are fighting at Waffle House. You in? Can I record? Can I be the one who record it? I want to see Shan stream while at the gym. She better be. I am happy. I'm happy.
What?
Okay, Kayla. Shan, are you like 5%
where's my
fairy
gun?
since you're part goats? You know? Maybe. Maybe. Wait, I don't have my stuff? Is this supposed to be Mia? Pretending is fun. You can still buy mask, I can tell. I mean, you're right. Is damage shoulder? Did I push it? Oh, silver key. Okay.
That's a kid. Can you believe it? She's so energetic. It's crazy.
Okay, let me save it. Let me save one more time. Number 5. Okay. Wait, it's locked. Can I open this? No? Shen, I have a game recommendation. What game? More Shen Panic? No, you clipped it. Is Ethan checking for pulse? He's looking at the arm. Okay, I need something for this. A token? We should set up a time to play headliners. I know Shen and Hobie would be down. Yes, yes, I would love to be down for headliners. Wait. Detroit Become Human? You're finally playing it, Kayla? How is it? Do you like it? Connor! I love Connor. Actually, I like Marcus too. Connor! Is that it? Okay, inside this door. It's locked from the other side. It's locked from the other side. What do I grab from here then? Water? Okay, what? Do I have to work? What do I have to do? What do I have to do? Silver key? No? It's super good. I need to play through Detroit again sometimes. You should. I love Detroit. Have you played Heavy Rain? I love Heavy Rain. Oh, I can open this. Heavy Rain is actually one of my favorite games. I love it. Okay, close this. There's nothing in there. Am I missing something? Ethan Mars. I love Heavy Rain. This is part in Heavy Rain where he just goes, Jason! 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 For like 10 minutes. Jason! It's so funny. Oh, I can look at her leg. Jason! This part? A? Have you played the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy 14 online? I have not. No, I don't. Do I just gotta remove all of her body parts? Oh! Can I take that? What about her leg? Can I look at her leg? Her head? Holy shit, is this Mia? Who took this picture?
Is this
Oh my
the
god.
doll of Mia?
Can I take this with me? No? Go here. Winding key. Can I combine it? Oh. No, no, no. Winding key. The radio? Winding key. What do I use a winding key for? What can I wind? This? The piano? They give me clues. They won't give me clues. My god. Oh, like Mia has been faked. When I was younger, I was the shower in the Max scene on my iPad. Oh no! It's terrible. I played Heavy Rain when I was like a child though. Probably not good, but The one in the beginning might have been fake. A puppet. A puppet. You're right. A puppet. A doll. Doll. What doll though? Up, up. Am I missing something? Up. Nope. One of these? Wait. Can I combine? No? Examine nothing? No? Oh, the clock? Clock? No? This? No? Radio? Radio? No? Okay, I turned on the water and now I can't turn it off. What am I missing? I could open this. There's nothing in here. Wait, is Heavy Rain that old game? Yeah, it's old. The best game for a child. It really is. It really is. Can I wash it? No? What? Okay, it's locked on the other side. Can I use it for this? Number? Can I open this? What? I'm so confused. I'm so confuzzled. Okay, okay. Wait, I have to look at her body parts again. Am I missing something? Leg. Oh, her arm. Oh, wait. Her arm? Eh? Just pull it out, Ethan. And then blood-covered ring. Her booba? The benches are too tough. You need something to cut them. Okay. Her head. Okay. Examine left eye. Can I move it? No? Okay, this is a weird eye. But it's fine. And then we wash the key, the ring. Okay, what I do is the ring. Did I put it back on her? Can I? No? This? Is that how you wash your hands, Shen? No, I need soap. Okay, what do I do now? I washed the ring after winding key. Okay. What do I do? Wash the ring. I looked at that already. Tick tock, tick tock. I need something sharp. Something sharp to cut it. Something sharp. Something sharp. Like a knife? Need something sharp like a knife? I could literally just unwrap it, no? Wouldn't that just be like easier? Okay. No knives. No nothing. It's not giving me clues. I need clues. I need clues. What? At least give me something. Okay, pictures. Tick tock, tick tock, tick tock. Anything? It's trash. What about over here? No, nothing. Rope. Okay. Oh wait. Can I look at this? Ah, okay. 05 29 11. 05 29 11. 05 29 11. 05 29 11. 05 29 11. 05. Oh. 29 11. Yeah? Okay. Now we're out here. And I need to find a knife. A dagger. A sharp object. Do I...
Doing good, doing good.
Oh god. Okay. Why me? Oh my god.
What?
Alright, I'm gonna be like Ishan, have fun. Thank you. Hope for the like. Thank you. Have a good night. Rest well. Make sure you lock your doors, lock your windows, lock your closet, cause I'm gonna learn.
That's so fair.
I'm gonna learn. I'm gonna watch you.
What is going on?
Whining key.
The sky?
Da, da, da. Swap cylinders. Okay, something is not right. Do I just have to RNG this? Oh, scratch marks! Put this on at the end. Like this? Oh wait, no. It's not go here. Wait, did I do this wrong? Okay. That seems right. Oh wait, no. This. This. No. 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 Wait. No. This one? No. No. For sure this one goes here. This. Yes. Okay. WSG. Oh yeah, I told Pocket that you said that last time and she laughed and said bring it. So I'm gonna make popcorn and tacos. Alright. I'll come over. Wait, what did I get? Tweezers? Tweezers. Is tweezers are not a sharp object though. Close the door, please. I'm trying to get past. Okay. Sharp object. Sharp object. Sharp object. Okay, but I can't leave. I need a key. I need a key. I need a max win. Wait, what's this? Photos? An old projector and some half-edited film. Our happy family, Rose's best friend in the whole wide world. She likes this fairy tale, the most important thing in the world to us, a wedding gift from Grandma, proof of Ethan's everlasting love for me. A ring? For sure this one's ring, right? The ring, a wedding gift, the most important thing in the world to us. Rose? If it's not Rose, then I don't know. She really likes this fairy tale. Rose's best friend in the whole wide world. Whole wide world. Huh. Okay. I don't think there's anything here. Dun, dun, dun. You go back? Since I have the tweezers, I could like grab that token, right? Oh my god. What the fuck? Why is that hanging on the rope? Why is she pregnant? Like, I could use a tweezer on this, right? Tweezer? No? I can't? No? What about this? Can I use the tweezer on this? I need something to cut them. Tweezers. Something sharp and tough. Something sharp and tough? Okay. Let's go back to this room. I feel like there's something in here that I need to get. A film? Hard and tough, huh? Show her? What do you mean show her? Tweezer? Wait, how do I... Okay, I can look at the film. But what's... Oh wait, I'm missing one film. Number 3. Wait, can I use the tweezers on this? No, okay. I can't. Okay. What can I use the tweezers on? What? Okay, winding key. What? I'm so bad at puzzles. What? No, it's not good. This is not good. Not good. Oh, on the eye? Can I do this on the eye? Oh, examine mouth? I can look at her mouth? I didn't know that. Ah! Okay. Oh.
Oh God, no. I can't delete them. Anything but this.
Is that Mia? Is that Mia here? Mia, is that you? Mia, my love? Okay, now we can watch the film. Do I have to move them? Okay, wedding ring is the last one. The wedding gift. This fairy tale, right? Oh, fairy tale is second. Best friend first. Okay. Best friend first. Fairy tale second. Mia. No, Rose. Rose. Wedding gift. Wedding. Okay. Tweez nuts. Tweez nuts. These. You missed it earlier. We were talking about Sausage Party and how Sausage Party is a comedy movie, and I was like, comedy. Comedy's nuts. So funny. I was at a sausage party earlier. Oh, did you eat a lot of sausage? Oh, a bunch of dolls. A bunch of dolls. Okay. Scissors. Okay. Scissors. Where am I now? Should I... No, before I pick up the phone, before I go here, we're gonna go back to Mia. Or the mannequin that's supposed to be Mia. Am I gonna see... Mia? Are you okay? Scissors? But... Yes, I'm okay! Do I not seem okay? I'm crazy, I'm schizo. Am I gonna see boobs? Oh god, don't look, guys, don't look. A brass medallion. Gave you a head? Wait, which? Okay. Oh, did that just? Okay, hold on. Let me go back over there. Hold on. I didn't know it just loops around. I thought it was gonna take me to like a different place. Okay, here. Pick up the phone. I can't. This is too spooky. It's okay. That's okay. There's a door there. A room here. Where am I? This is this room. Where's this door? I need rose. I'm finally free from taking in a critical acclaimed MMORPG comments to comment about hearing someone. Probably Hobie mentioned. Oh yeah! Who's talking about Final Fantasy? Am I supposed to change this? Brass medallion. Seattle Chan, have a good night. Thank you, Crimson. Thank you. Have a good night. Sleep well. Make sure you lock your doors, lock your windows, lock your closets. Because I'm gonna lurk. Thank you for coming by, like always. Also, thank you for the hydrate, Orange. Thank you. Oh god. Thank you for the redeem, Sensor. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, guys. I'm gonna go use the bathroom really quick. So, how was your day, Senso? Tell me about it. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. I will BRB. BRB.
Hello, motherfucker.
Okay, who keeps throwing stuff at me? Alright. Thank you for the redeems. Thank you, thank you. I'm at 6.9k points. I shall maintain this forever. Yeah. You guys know the most point I've ever gotten on a channel before is like 70k. That's the most. Is that a lot? Okay, what is the... Should I just RNG this? Bird? I close. Right? I close. Triangle. What is this one? No? Oh! RNG, baby! RNG, baby. 70k is pretty normal, I think. Is it? I feel like it's a lot. What was the most I ever gotten? I ever saved up? It's so dark. A baby crib? A crib? So how was your day, Senso? How was your day? How's your trip? Also, Senso, I got to go to on Marvel Rivals. Go to I haven't played it in like 2 days. Where am I hearing the baby? You're playing it right now? Yeah, play it. Get to gold and you get the Sue Storm skin. Ignore the baby. I'm irresponsible. Why is it red? Why are you red? Okay, radio. Wait, the mannequin's gone. Have fun? Oh wait, what is this? An umbilical cord? Oh my god, no. No, is this her giving birth? What is this? Oh my god. No, oh my god. What is that? What is that? What is that? Is that a baby? Oh my god. Oh my god. Wait. It's a fetus. Fetus, delete this, please. Fetus, delete this. Fetus, delete this. Go. No, don't follow me. It's Rose, Shen. if that's Rose, then my child must be... Never mind. Break a box. Give me that. Silver key. Can you get it without a fuse? No, don't follow me. Fuse. Go hug Rose? No. I'm sorry, I don't like children. Okay. Fuse. I could crawl there. Oh no, I actually can't. Okay. In the kitchen? Bedroom? Wait, this is cute. Oh, fuse. Anything in here? No. Hide? Do I need to hide? No, go down, go down, go down, go down. What am I waiting for? I'm Silver 1 now? Congrats, Senso, congrats. My trip was good, just got home. Nice! I'm glad it went well. You know, at least you didn't get killed or something. That's good. Wait, now there's stairs. Oh my god! Fuck. Shit scared the fuck out of me. Oh my god! Crawl under! Okay. Okay, this way. Oh my god. From a 12-hour ride. It was 12 hours. Oh my god. Unfortunately, I didn't die. Unfortunately. Go away! Go away! Get up, Ethan! Get up, get up! Okay, here. Okay. Here. Here. Stop making Rose sad. Should I go hug Rose? No, I'm not gonna hug her. That is not my child. Okay, here. Put the fuse in. Let me in, let me in, let me in! Okay, we do another. What the fuck? What the fuck? Oh god. Let's close the door. Let me in, 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 let Okay, you big mouth. Hush. God. Please. I hate babies. I don't like babies. Why are you laughing at me? Bye bye, Rose. Goodbye, Rose. Oh, flashback?
Don't leave. I can't let you.
You're still alive, huh? Cool. Before my friends murder you! TikTok!
Just grab it!
Wait!
She's just a doll! Just grab her!
Try and find me.
Oh, are we playing hide and seek? Oh my god, that is creepy as hell. They're shaking their heads. Try and find me. I'm assuming she's upstairs, right? Okay, we haven't found anything up here. Oh no. I found you! Ah! You bit me! That's how I snack babies. I don't know too.
Monster.
Here comes the annoying part. Okay. Again? Where did she go? Okay, since we found her up here, she's probably downstairs, right? In one of the rooms. Oh! Blood? Follow the blood, follow the blood, follow the blood. Follow the blood. Follow the blood. Oh no, this is where I came from. No, 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 no. Wait. Oh wait, we should go here, right? We should, right? I don't see any more blood. No. Is this right? I don't think this is right. More blood? Stop laughing at me! Oh god. What? Oh my god. Okay, okay. There's nothing here. Follow the... Okay. I'm following the blood again. But it stops here. Okay. Here? Maybe I'm going the wrong direction. Let me out! Alright, this side is closed. She has to be here, right? One of this room? I found you! Okay.
You do this to Rose too.
Yes, I'll do it to Rose too. Okay, close, close, close. Is she in the closet? Don't hit me. The room I haven't been to yet. She's not gonna be in the same room. I know that for sure. In this room? No? Am I gonna die? Oh my god! Okay! I'm still alive. Yeah, she has to be in this room. She has to. She has to be. This room, somewhere here. Check quarters. Oh, she's right there! I'm so blind! Okay.
You're never going to get out of here.
But hear me out. What if she isn't? I'm always right. I'm always right.
Stupid idiot! What are you doing to my cute friends?
Just break your brain. Oh my god, so bright. So bright.
It's over.
Wait, is that it?
Mia, we'll make things right.
Wait, that's so quick.
What? Good. I need to get out of this place.
Welcome in, raiders! Welcome, welcome! Oh. Welcome in. Thank you for the raid, the Chronic Critic. Welcome in.
So that's who's behind all this?
Hello, everyone. My name is Shinobi the Goat. I'm a VTuber and I'm playing Resident Evil 8 Village. Welcome, welcome. Welcome in, everyone. How was your stream? What did you play? Thank you for the follow. Thank you. We brought our stun rod. Stun rod? Oh, what are you gonna do? Taste me? Take that! I just followed you. Do something about it. Oh, what do you want me to do, huh? You'll make it on my knees. I'll do anything. We're playing RE5. RE5, nice. RE5 is pretty fun. I think RE5 annoyed me a whole lot though. The gameplay itself is just horrid. Stun her, do it. Did you have fun? Did you have fun? We watched Mori suffer through RE5. Ah. Did you like RE5? Was a blast? Yeah. Oh, nice, nice. What's your favorite Resident Evil game? Have you played all of them yet?
That makes 2.
Angie. Can I sell Angie? 7? 7 is really good. 7, I love 7. 7 is actually one of my top games. Mine is RE2. Oh, me too! Okay, my favorite would probably be Resident Evil 2. 2. I love 2. Okay, do I get to go back now? I'm gonna start RE soon? Yeah. She loves Ada Wong. Okay, for context, guys, I accidentally called Ada Wong Ada Lee, and everybody's giving me shit for it constantly. They're like, "Oh my god, remember Ada Lee? It's Ada Wong. I remember now. Okay, I remember now. We love Wong Ada Sin. That's Ada wrong." I'm sorry. I apologize to the entire Resident Evil fan base. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. My bad. My bad. It's the lead that has me rolling. I'm sorry. It was such a... Okay. It was so embarrassing. So embarrassing. Oh. Free gun? Oh my god, why is this monsters everywhere now? Can I get it? I have to fight them then, right? Oh my god. Come at me, come on. Hold on, guys. Hold on. Ah, shit! Oh my god. Why are there so many? Oh! Oh my god. Are you dead? Okay. Sheesh, sheesh. I forgive her because she's cute. Thanks, thanks. She was so excited about the Ada Lee moment until the entire chat was like, "Who the fuck is Ada Lee?" Yes! so bad. Okay, to like, should I reenact it? I was like, okay, I was playing Resident Evil 1, right? And then Ada name came up, and I was like, oh, Ada Lee? And everybody was like, who the fuck is Ada Lee? So bad. So bad. Oh god. No. Stop, go away. Okay. Is that all of them? Oh my goodness. So we had Jill, Claire failed. Not Jill. Not Jill. I love Jill. Wait, no, I came here, right? Did I come here? No, I did not. I need another... I don't have one. Explosive rounds. Okay. God. In fairness to Shin OB here, a lot of people confuse Jill and Claire. I've seen it. I'm a red Claire-filled person myself. I love Jill, okay? The whole time I played RE2 at the beginning, I was like, where's Claire? And then after I met Ada, I forgot all about Claire. You know, I kept calling... Okay, when I was playing RE2, I kept calling Claire Jill. Like, fucking Jill! Can you run, Jill? And then everybody was like, Jill? That's Claire! My bad. I got so used to yelling at Jill. I forgot. I just like how Chris punches boulders. Love Chris. Shin B. Run, Jill, run! Shaking my head. Okay. This way. Hey, I'm missing something here. What am I missing? Am I missing a treasure? Treasure? Oh, this? It's probably just that. Okay, well... Wait. How do I get that? How do I get that treasure? Hold on. Let me go back. Let me go back. Am I missing something here too? This? Okay. Also, how we were talking about fighting? About a fighting game earlier? Dressed in red, no Street Fighter. And first I was Ryu. Okay. My bad. When I think of a fighting character with a red shirt, I think of Ryu, okay? How do I get this treasure? Oh, do I need the second part of that? I don't have it though. Can I still find it? Is it inside the house? No, I don't want to go back though. You know, we're just gonna continue. Street Fighter is my life. The red guy is good. Okay. My bad. You know, I was thinking of Super Smash Bros. Okay, I was thinking of Terry. I was thinking of Terry. You know? Yeah. What do you call B from the US? USB? That's mine. But now Shen's your turn. You want me to say a bee joke? I can say a bee joke. What do you call a bee that harvests milk? Don't get up! Don't get up! It's a school. Boobies! Oh. Rifle. No, get up! Come on! We're gonna be rich! Are they all gonna fight me? Ow! Oh my god. Kill yourself, Ethan. No, don't hit me. Okay. Give me that. Anything else? Wait, there's so many treasure here. My god. Alright, I'm gonna be heading out now and liking. Have a wonderful stream. Thank you, Mori-chan. Oh, Oma Mori-chan. Thank you. I hope you have a good day. Make sure you lock your doors, lock your windows, lock your closets, because I'm gonna like. Thank you for coming in. Nice to meet you too. Have a good night. Alright, I splash water on myself too when people bite me. Yeah, to heal yourself, you know? You gotta clean it. Last chance shooting Lou with a shotgun. I don't have any more pistol ammo, that's why. Okay, I'm kinda lost. Low key. Let me look around. Treasure. In case I miss anything. Okay, this is where I came from. I went over here. Got that. Went around that. I didn't go here. Alright. I'm back. I'm back.
Does this look familiar to you?
A doll? Yes.
I've procured some new items for you, Mr. Winters.
How you dare waste ammo? It's okay. It's fine. It's only one. Okay, sell this large crystal. Sell this. Sell 6 of this. Perfect crystal. Sell this. Sell Angie. 28. Sheesh. I don't know what to do with this. It's combinable and I want to keep it. Just in case. Teddy bear. Sell the teddy bear. Sell the goat. Sell the meat.
Ah, Miss Angie.
I need to...
I look forward to seeing the fruits of your exploration.
Combine this. Combine.
Ah,
and they sell it.
Yes.
Yamade kudasai. Miss Madalena. Madalena? 20k? Sheesh! I'm rich! I'm rich! Oh my god, I'm so rich. Oh my god, give me this. Okay. What is this? Handgun? Samurai Edge. AW model. Okay. Okay.
Please let me know if you'd like to strengthen your
upgrade?
weapons.
Rate a power? 160. If I sell this though. Wait, this one's so much stronger. 160? 150. And I could upgrade this 5 times. Okay. This is so much better. Okay, rate of fire is 0.27, 2.9, and 7. Okay. Reload speed. Okay, I want to sell this. It uses the same ammo, right? Same ammo. 10K? Are you bloody kidding me? Rate of fire, reload speed.
These hands are more dexterous than one might think.
But I can only upgrade it twice. That's fine. Can I sell this then? How much can I sell it for? Let me. 2.320. 9. If I sell Lemmy, can I even sell Lemmy? 34. Okay, I'm gonna sell Lemmy. Don't say you're rich and complain about prices. Hey, money is important, okay? Money is important. Okay, we'll sell Lemmy.
If you do this, then I can finally prepare a good meal. I will reward you handsomely in exchange.
Handsomely? Shotgun. Is this a new shotgun? 760? 720. Is this shotgun better then? 1.5, 1.6, 2.7? That's what complaining. Thank you. Anyways, I'll be going. Have a good stream. Thank you, Mom. Thank you for coming by. Thank you for dropping by. Have a good night. Sleep well. Rest well. Make sure you lock your doors, lock your window, lock your closet. Because I'm gonna lurk. Okay. 720. This one's 760. I'm gonna sell this one too. What's this called? M1897? M1897? I can still buy it back if I sell it, right?
You no longer need this?
Yeah, I no longer need it. Okay, upgrade this.
This simple modification can be done in just a moment.
Should I upgrade this then? Oh, reload speed. Okay. For now.
I'm just missing the one. Sorry, speaking to myself there.
Okay. Alright. Also, it's snowing? It's snowing! Ooh. Must be nice. M1911. That's the gun I have, right? Not Lemmy. M1911. Wait, what is my gun? What gun is this? M1911 and TAC. Okay, M1911 TAC.
There's a recipe I'd like to try.
Wait. M1911 TAC F2. M1911 TAC F2. M1911 TAC. Let's take this. F next. Tack, gum stock.
Aha!
Take this. And an F2 rifle. Cheek rest. Reduce weapon sway while aiming. Increases scope range. This scope range. And this one. Might as well. Right? Sold out. Okay. Pretty good, pretty good. Okay, nice.
If
The
you do
Duke's
this, then I can
kitchen.
finally prepare a good meal.
You kill
I
it,
will
we cook
reward
it.
you handsomely in exchange.
Ah, okay. You know what? This is fine. Okay.
Please come again.
Knife. Equip. Oh, number 3. Right? It's number 3, right? Number 3. Number 2. Right, save my game. 320. This one. Oh. Alright, next room. Oh, next one we going to. Wait, I have this key now. Can I get the treasure? I wanna go grab the treasure first. Which door? This door? Looters. How did I get over there? How did I get over there? Go straight. Okay, Ethan. Oh, wrong one. This way, this way. I only have 9 bullets. Was it this way? Here. It's for this door, right? It has to be. Give me treasure, give me treasure. What is that? Sniper rifle ammo? Nothing? Handgun ammo. A code? A code? I went through all that trouble to get a key and had to do a code too? What? What is the code? It has to be in here, right? Here. Code, a code. Oh, wait, paper? I'll never forget her 5th birthday. Her 5th birthday? Her 5th birthday? Oh, is it this? 763934. 76. Oh, 3934. 234. Is that not it? Am I saying it wrong? 763934. 763934. Is it not that? 763934. Okay, that is not the number. What is the number? 763934. Her 5th birthday. Her 5th birthday. 5th birthday. Whose birthday? Oh, 2727. 917. 27 917. There we go. Okay, what I do is this. Okay. Can I attach it? Okay. Not gonna leave. Take me back. Graveyard, work site. I was thinking like what kind of game I'm gonna play after this. Should I try Revelations? Ceremony site. Wait, can I sell it?
Well then, feel free to peruse.
Yellow quartz. Damn, 10k? 14k? Very valuable. Okay.
Now this is something to splurge on. Do let me know if you find anything else of value.
Gold 3, babes? You got gold 3? Congrats, Senso, congrats. Sheesh, easy. Who are you playing? Oh, oh my god, what the heck is that? Am I dead? Holy shit. Oh my god, I'm getting eat. The name's Rocket Raccoon. Honestly, Rocket Raccoon is so easy to climb up with. What the hell's that? As long as you like heal bots to everyone, you climb up so easily. The wounds are severe. I won't last any longer. I can still hear it shuffling about outside. It barely flinched when I shot it. I feel like it's toying with me. That isn't a wolf. Still, I won't lie down like a dog. If I can get to the watermill, I can stop it. I can protect you. It's so close. Damn, I'm so cold. My legs won't work. I'm sorry, Louisa. Please, forgive me. Is that her husband? This is her husband. Okay, Herb. Thank you for the follow, Simone. Welcome, man. Welcome, welcome. Am I saying your name right? Is it Simone or Simon? Welcome, man. Welcome, welcome. How are you? How's your day? Okay, I'm scared. I don't want to leave. Okay. Where is he? I hear him. Here we see Shen killing a fellow furry. I'm sorry. Okay, he's over there. He's over there. Watermill. Watermill? Over there? I think go there. Okay. Oh. Oh, can I go up? You can't reach me up here, right? No. Look at it. not Lycan, is it? He doesn't look like the other guys. Kill it? I don't think I could kill it. I think I have to go like do something over here first, and then I'll be able to kill it. No. Jump his ass! You know? Should I? He's wearing pants. Hello, Shan. Welcome in, Graham. Welcome. How are you? How was your day? Shall I wait for him to walk away first? Okay, he's over there. Quiet. Okay, I remember this part. This is the part where I got like harassed really bad. Okay, up here. At the very beginning, I remember. Chicken! Chicken? Loot? I shouldn't go through harassment, nothing new. True. Okay, can I... How do I get to the chicken though? There's a gate right there? Wait. What is that exclamation mark? The gate? How do I get to the gate? Okay, where is he? Ask the chicken to cross the road. Why did the chicken cross the road? Because he was feeling excellent. Get it? Cause get it? I was sung into my bed while watching Shen going through it. I am going through it. Wait, what do I need for this? A wheel? What kind of contraction is this? Family photo, treasure map. Photo of a strange bird. Wait, why do I have this? Oh wait, I forgot to put this away. Oh well, it's fine. It's fine. Okay. Wait, there's a ladder right there. Huh. I don't think I could get that. Character development? Canon event? He's right there. Going to the watermill. Watermill? Over here. Shh. We're gonna stealth our way through. Oh, there's a trail of blood. Okay. Should I just hide here? Oh wait, what the heck is this? Hang on now? Thank you for the bunk! Thank you. Go on. Is he gonna... Why is he walking so slow? Is he walking back? Can I still kill him? No, I can't! Fuck! Okay. What are you Okay. No. Please don't come in. I love this puffy fish sound. Everybody does. I think that one and the Pornhub sound is their favorite. It's everyone's favorite. It's the most used ones. Can I break this? You guys both played it at the same time. Oh my god. Oh my god, I hear him like he's so close, but I don't see him. Okay, east. East Old Town. Across this way. Okay. Where is he? Cross? We're gonna loot? I heard they think I had to. Wait. Why is this a dead end? Is this supposed to be a dead end? Oh my god, it is a dead end. Oh my god! Okay, I thought there was an opening here. Oh my god. Okay, so I have to go past him. I have to go past him. Does he see me? Oh my god. No! Oh my god. Oh my god. Run. Ah, no! Oh my god, please. Oh my god. Oh my god.
They ask you how you are, you just have to
Jesus
say
Christ.
you're fine. You're not really fine. You just can't get into it because they would never.
Ah! Wait, you're grabbing me! Oh my god. Jesus Christ. Yeah, you wanna play a game of chicken? Kill chickens? Hello, Bartholomew. Welcome in. Welcome. God, I've been sparing the chickens. I know I could like kill them and cook them, but I love the chickens. They give me luck. Holy fuck. Okay, where is it? Come on, cross the other way. Cross the other way, please. Why do you walk so slow? Oh, he's walking the other way. Okay. No. The mill. This key. What is this? Grenade launcher? Okay. Is that it? What is this opening? I could kill it with a grenade launcher? Can I open this? Okay, should I try to fight it? Hold on, let me get to high ground. Let me get to high ground. I'm a coward, okay? I'm a coward. on! Come at me, come at me! Sheesh! Come on! Come on! Are you dead? Are you dead? Easy! Come on! Okay. Where's his body? This? Crystal Beast! Sheesh! Sheesh! Is that it? I go here. Go down. Cheated your way through. I did not cheat. Don't hate the player, hate the game. Okay. The reservoir. The reservoir. It's covered in a slimy substance. Can't go through. Was I supposed to burn it? Was it? Wait, no. Wait, I don't think I am. Hold on, let me read it again. Can I read it again? No? Huh. You know what? I have some flame rounds. I think I do. I'm pretty sure I do. Do I not? I don't. It's okay! Hold on, wait. I have a mine. Can I use that? The reservoir. How do I get through? Can I blow it up? Oh. There you go, see? Easy! Come on. Easy! Easy! Okay, next part. It's locked on the other side. Oh my god, filthy pigs! Oh my god, okay. Can I can I just pipe bomb? I guess this round I have to use like explosive, right? For sure. Pig? What? Does he call them filthy? Says so you missed it. Earlier I got really scared of a pig. A freaking pig scared the heck out of me. I'm not even kidding. Can I kill you guys? For food. It was so bad. Really bad. Bacon. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I need food, okay? I need food. No way! Delicious! I need food, okay? Meat? Okay. Laboratory. The laboratory. I need food! Okay, I need a spear. A little bowl. I was there. Yeah, it was so bad. I got so scared. I'm not even kidding. It surprised me so much. This one. We go down. Reported. Quick fact, I almost died because I got choked from eating bacon? What? How do you choke on bacon? Unless it was like super hard, you know? All the more reason to destroy more pigs and eat more bacon. Meat, can I have bacon? You guys know, one time I made bacon. It was like super burnt. I put it in the oven. It became charcoal. I'm not even kidding. The bacon was hard. Rip, rip. Okay, whenever I have bacon, I don't like it hard. I know a lot of people like crispy bacon, but I'm a soft bacon kind of gal. Okay. What's over here? Locked on the other side. My mom had to slap me really hard. Oh god. Like on the face or it'll be funny she slapped you in the face, you know? My name is Crispy Bacon. Crispy Bacon. Okay, shotgun out. I only have one handgun bullet. Okay. Funny because my mom did that even when I was choking on bacon. Oh no, Senso. Oh, he's watching TV. Oh, I just take it like that. Oh.
Mother Miranda, if it's for you, I'd do anything.
Oh. Oh god.
I'll just be taking this.
Wait. What are you doing with Mother's special child?
She's not hers.
Oh, you have some.
He's a hopeless romantic.
What do you mean, Mother's special child?
Mother wants her baby back.
Don't screw with me.
Wait, please. If you take it, then the others will laugh at me. But if I do better than them...
What do I care?
Oh, he's actually kind of nice.
What's so funny?
You're stupid. You talk too much.
Relatable as fuck.
I plugged the way in.
What do you...
Ah!
It's my territory.
He's a gooner, guys. He's a gooner. He's gooning everywhere.
Damn freak.
Oh god. Okay. Escape. Okay. How do I leave? This way? Follow the light.
How do I get out of here?
Like this? I'm out. Okay. Oh. Wait, this is a new place. Okay. Hidden weapon. Gunnar? I hardly even know her. Stop stealing my jokes. Love that joke. I'm gonna renews it as many times as I can. Leave the book key in the shack in the mine. Hans is dead, so no more fishing for a while. I mean, we all know his death was no accident. He was eaten by a giant fish, boar and all. Hans? You guys know I've been playing... I've been playing Kingdom Come Deliverance too. So fun. So fun. It's actually so good. So good. It's such a fun game. Okay. That's the treasure, right? Oh, what is that? Boat. How do I get that? And it's so immersive. I'm actually so surprised. It's so fun. Okay, I need a key. Wait, where was the key? Hold on, let me read this again. Book key in the shack in the mine. Shack in the mine. Shack in the mine. How do I get to the shack in the mines? Wait, do I have to go back? I don't want to go back there. The shack in the mines. Damn! Bolt key in the shack in the mines. I guess we go in. Shack in the mines. You go up. Okay. So forced to break it. Oh. Okay. Money. Money. Okay, dead fish. Are you here? Come out! Stop! Oh my god! I thought he was gonna kill me! Oh my god! I freaked out, panicked a little bit there. He got so close. Oh god. Okay. Nice! I handled that really well. Oh. Don't go! Ow! Ow! I didn't mean to open my map. Oh my god. Okay. Ow! No. Ow! Oh my god. Oh, shit! Oh, go away! Go away! Rain the run! Oh my god, rain the run. Ah! Oh. Okay. I can run in circles. Yeah? Where's the big guy? Where's the big guy? Come on! Don't hit me! Oh my god! Oh my god, missed! Shit! Oh my god! Easy! Easy! Perfect crystal skull. Nice! Totally did not panic. Alright! Boat key! Nice. Is that everything? Rifle ammo. Crystal skull. There's a giant fish here, right? Giant fish here. Wait, ammo? Herb. Okay, I got everything. Everything. Dead end here. God, there's better not be anything here that's gonna attack me. Nothing. Oh. No, I missed! Oh my god. No! He dodged it! Yeah, he dodged it! Oh my god! Oh my god! How are you so good at dodging my bullets? Oh my god. I missed. No, not Mr. Lore. Miss. Jesus, I missed. Okay. WASD. Can I grab that? I want the treasure. Can I grab the treasure? No, I can't. Okay. Which way do I go? Forward? What is forward? Forward is nothing, right? I thought you were calling that guy miss, and I was like, that's rude. No. Nope. Okay. Oh, wait, there has to be something here, right? There's no way you just let me go in here for no reason. Oh well. Oh well, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Oh.
What was that?
Oh no. Giant fish. Get off boats. Get off boats. Okay, where am I? Here? I was here, and now I'm here. But there's nothing here. I mean, I've never been here before, though.
What the hell? Research post or something? What the fuck?
Ew, what the heck is that? Wait, who's this?
Get off of me!
Stay the fuck down!
Ethan! I gotta say, I'm surprised you made it this far.
Wait, they know me?
It'd be a shame if something happened to you now.
Sure, Chris. Why not? You killed Mia. Now
Chris,
do me and finish the job.
Chris! I forgot Chris looked like that.
Hey, Kat, I'm getting some serious motion readings.
It's Chris!
We should move on.
Chris, you killed my wife!
What kind of readings? It's moving.
Unknown, but my guess is we've been here too long, and Miranda knows it.
Hey, did you say Miranda?
Say hi to Carlos from
Leave it
Remake
alone,
3.
Ethan. You are out of your depth. What about the
Is that
sample
Chris
analysis?
P. Bacon
definitely
himself?
related to the mom.
Yeah, that's Chris! That's Mr. Chris P. Bacon.
You stay out of our business, Ethan.
What business?
God, watch out!
Oh god. Oh no. Okay. I low-key hope Chris dies. I'm like low-key tired of seeing him. Like I wanna see Jill. Oh Leon. Wait, it's him!
Shit! Stay back!
The exit's underwater. You're done.
I don't have time for this.
Chris wants Ethan to continue the Redfield bloodline. You don't have to kill Chris to see that too. You know, you're right. Also, welcome in.
Miranda sent you to slow me down.
You're right. You are right. He's a little too close. He's making me anxious.
What are you talking about?
Hi, I came in as Morty's raid. Oh, really? Welcome in. Welcome, welcome.
What the fuck is wrong with you?
Hope you enjoy your time here. Haven't been feeling well though, so I've been quiet. That's okay. That's okay. I mean, someone will die. You will never know if it's Chris. No, you're right, but you're right. Am I gonna die? Is he gonna turn into the giant fish? God. What do I do? What do I do? Chris is not the MC here. You know, you're right. I can't die, right? There's no way I die. I got plot armor. The clinic. Clinic. Okay. The
He said the
gatehouse?
exit's underwater.
Okay, before I turn that, reservoir gatehouse operation instruction. In the instance of heavy rain, there may be damage to the local aquatic life. It is advised that you drain all excess water using the following steps. Move the windmills with a crank to start the electricity to the gatehouse. Pull the lever in the gatehouse to open the Solace gate? Okay. Is there somebody here? Oh, it's him! It's the merchant! I thought he was like a monster or something. Okay. Hello.
Shall I choose something for you?
Sure. You die like multiple times? What do you mean? What do you mean? Maybe he's a friendly monster? The merchant is a nice man. Nice man, nice man. Perfect crystal. Crystal beast. Sheesh! 20,000! Oh my god, I'm rich. I'm rich. I'm so rich.
This should be enough.
Can I make him cook something for me? I have 2 meat. Poultry? No. Finest fish.
Food
You know what?
is
I'm just gonna
life.
sell it.
I'm buying this because of our relationship, you know.
Oh, our relationship? Should I just upgrade this? Supplies. Craft rifle ammo. What's this? Explosive rounds, flashbangs. Let's do this.
I saw you eyeing that
This one?
one.
Pipe bombs.
Pay me
Okay,
no
okay.
mind.
Might as well upgrade, right?
Leave this to me.
Rifle, rate to fire, reload speed, ammo.
Aha! Good day then.
Okay, good day, good day. All right. What was the instruction again? Move the windmill with a crank to start the electricity to the gatehouse. Windmill with a crank, lever, gatehouse. Okay. Windmill, number 1. With a crane. Details. Windmill. Can I craft something? Explosive rounds. Okay. Windmill crane. Windmill crane. Need a crane for the windmill. Crane. What is this? This crank is old and busted up. It feels like he's going to snap any second. I hope it doesn't break. The only other one we have is over at Windmill 2. Windmill 2? Oh my god, chickens. Crystal fragment. Windmill 2. Okay. Is this Windmill 1? How about this other windmill? Is this not this Windmill 1? This should be Windmill 2, right? Turntable? Over here, crank. Before I turn that, we are gonna loot. We are gonna loot. Anything? 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 No? Nope, nothing. Okay. Oh! It broke.
Seriously?
This was the busted one, that's right. Then we have to travel all the way over there. All the way over there? How does one get over there? Can I fall? Am I gonna get fall damage? Can I even fall? No, I can't. Okay. Damn, I don't want to climb all the way down. Oh, there we go. Okay. Go here. There's ammo. Break that. Oh!
Not looking to be fish food.
Run across! Hurry! Get there, hurry up! Oh god. Okay, okay, okay. Fall! Is it not falling? Why is it not falling? Am I missing something? What else? What was I supposed to hit? What? Okay, let me get to the other side. I think I just can't see it. No, 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 no. No? Oh, I see, I see. No! Don't break. Oh. Hey, Ethan. Am I safe here? Gun ammo. Can I move this? No? No? How do I get across? Oh, I push it. Okay.
Damn.
Was I supposed to jump on? Was I supposed to jump on that? Can I grab this one? Is it too far? Is it too far? Ew! Okay. Ew! Jeez. I gotta say, you got a lot of energy. I wish I was this cheerful. You know. Sometimes you just gotta learn not to give a fuck. I'm terrible at keeping in charge of people, but I try to stop by once in a while. Happy hunting. Thank you, thank you. Thank you for coming by. Thank you for the follow. Hope you have a good night. Sleep well. Get lots of rest. Make sure you lock your doors, lock your windows, lock your closets. Because I'm gonna lurk. I'm gonna lurk. Thank you, thank you. Okay. This one. This one. Okay. Lever, lever. We need those synergy. I've lost the synergy. Okay. What does this do? That one? How long does it stay up though? Okay. I pull this one. Pull this one. Pull this one. Go, 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 go! Oh my god, do I have to make it quick? Go, 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 go! Oh my god! Ah! Was I too slow? God. Yeah, it's been a while since I died. Okay, I give this. You know, it's been a while since I actually died. Sometimes I like. Oh, sometimes I think like Shen, and I give the synergy I need. Like you said, you should just not give a fuck. Exactly. My worst nightmare. Then Shen cracking the game. I know, right? When was the last time I died? I honestly don't even remember. Okay, I pulled this down. Okay, I just gotta do it quick. Quick. Okay. Break this. Magnum ammo. Did I get that last time? Okay. Pull that one. Put the blue and then the okay. Put this one. Blue and then this one. Go. Okay. Okay. Go across. Okay. Okay. No, get away from me. Okay, Ethan. Ethan Winters, go on. Oh my god. Okay. No. Okay. Anything, treasures. Push this. Okay. What do I do now? How do I get across one there? I just gotta jump. I just gotta jump. Oh, what the hell? Was this always here? Okay. Oh, explosives. I need herbs. I need herbs. Okay. Nothing. Loot. What is this do? Put the crane up. Oh, it's the second half of the boat. Okay. Oh! Oh! Okay. Hold on. Equip. Get it. Can I go up? Okay, we're at the crane. Not the crane. What the heck? The windmill. Explosive rounds. Hold on, it's dirty loot. What is this? What is this? You can't climb up to this? Okay. Take this. Crank. I can't climb up to this. Am I supposed to go up there? Can I use the crank here? Okay, I'm not even sure if I'm supposed to do that. Am I? Oh, it's moving! Oh, yes! Okay. There's another ladder. Okay, whoa, what do I do here? Oh! Sheesh! Sheesh! And then I can do this. I'm gonna crank it up.
Okay.
Okay, got the crank working. Open the gate. I'm back. Blue? Oh no, wait, this one orange. No, wrong button. Okay, orange. This one's black. How do I make this one black? This one's also blue. Oh! Okay, I have to turn it. Okay, hold on. Hold on, wait. Hold on. Orange is always the correct choice. Totally not biased or anything. True. Okay, if the black one is the bottom one, right? Then that means this one. This one's orange. Orange. This one's blue. Blue. This one's blue. Wait, is that correct? Yeah, and then this one's white. Okay. We're gonna drown the fish! Drown the fish!
Got it.
Find a way out. The way out? Oh. Oh no! He's evolving! Is he evolving? How do I... Where do I go? This evolution, guys. Went from fish to that thing. What's in here? October 1st. A sunny day. Mother Miranda brought me 5 people from the village, just like I asked it. I made them sleep with some liquid, and I put cadeau in their tummies. I'm looking forward to the cadeau to grow into tummies. October 2nd, a cloudy day. 4 of the people from the village are dead this morning. One is almost a lichen. I sent it to my lab on the mountains. I failed again. Mother wants strong vessels, but I cannot get any. I will need more people from the village. Okay. A new gun? What is this? For my magnum? Okay. Do I just fall? Chem fluid. Oh, no. Yeah, you wanna fight me? I'll fight you. Come on.
I guess I gotta do this.
Yeah, I'll fight you. Come on. Oh god. Okay, he's top 2 on me. Oh my god. Open your mouth. Open your mouth. Say ah. Say ah. Say ah. Say ah. Say ah. Oh, okay, okay. I gotta dodge that. Supposed to bounce? Come here, come here. Yeah, okay. Nice, nice. No need to run. No need to run. Oh no. No, 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 no. What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing? No! Wait, how do I survive this? Control, control, control! Control, control! Eat the control! Eat the control! Eat it! What the heck? Okay, okay. Okay, I think I get it now. Alright. Is that a sniper? Let me switch it. Do I have any flame rounds though? I have 3. Oh wait. Equip. Wait. It's just this is my knife. Okay. I'm ready, I'm ready. Take this. Can I make flame rounds? Oh, I need herb. Okay. I need a herb. I need a herb.
I guess I gotta do this.
Okay, calm and steady wins the game. Calm and steady wins the game. Go run, go run, go run. Calm and steady wins the game. Where is he? Where is he? Show yourself! No, no! Okay. Come here. Where is he? Where are you? Where are you? Where are you? Where are you? Why is he rolling over? Come here. Come here. Oh, that didn't work. Like, he's gonna rain on me, right? Can I hide somewhere? Fuck. Okay. Calm and steady wins the game. Calm and steady wins the game. Okay. Oh shit. Oh fuck. It's like, stop filming. Oh my god, I'm stuck! I'm stuck! I'm stuck! Oh my god. I'm stuck! There's something! There's something! Frame out. Oh. Turn around. Please. Turn around, please. Where are you? Come here. Okay.
Can't get caught.
Oh shit, he's gonna rain on me? I'm stuck. I'm stuck. I'm gonna need him to break these then. Can he even break it? Can you break it? Can I craft? I need herbs. Oh god, I'm actually stuck. Okay. Oh, so is he gonna spit again? Can I hide here? Flame rounds? Flame rounds? Can I gun? Fine. Oh, fuck. You B-word! Did I kill him? I killed him!
Oh, damn you!
Dude, that wasn't so bad! That was not that bad. Crystal?
In death as he was in life. Disgusting.
Easy! Easy! Sako. Easy. Oh, explosive rounds was right here. Oops. I did not see it. I did not see it. Okay. Oh, let me look around. Hopefully I didn't miss anything. It's loot. Loot. I love loot. I love loot. Nothing. Alright. Continue on.
The exit's up ahead.
Okay. We in the mines. Wait, I don't have a 6 key though. Television? Oh! Yes, I do! Okay.
You're better off than I thought.
Who's that?
Oh, come on. We just met a while back, not that it really matters.
You're the last asshole in my way, aren't you?
You've got fight. I'll give you that, Ethan. But what's the plan when you have all 4 flasks?
What are you trying to get at?
I could lend you a hand.
Not trying to
Lend
get
me
on
a
my good side.
hand?
I don't get cocky.
What,
kill
under
you
the
if you weren't
table?
worth the trouble.
It was funny in my head.
There's a strong one not too far outside the village. Go there and get my flask. Do that, and you pass. First, head back to the graveyard.
To the graveyard.
Self-centered prick.
Okay. I can use a hand, Ethan. Mother Miranda gave me a rose jar. No one likes me, which is why I thought they would leave me out again. But Heisenberg said that was why we each get a rose. This ceremony cannot happen without us all there. Mother didn't seem to care though. I'm trying to do like a nerd voice. Okay. Mother said Rose is a vessel. With a vessel, Mother can get her real child back, even though she has been dead for a very long time. But if Mother does, then what will happen to me? I'm not her real child. Will she abandon me? No! I don't want that! No! Welcome in, Whipplewolf! Welcome! Somebody's knocking on my door. BRB! Oh, I am back. I forgot I was muted. Also, yeah, I was trying to roleplay like a shy, nerdy guy, like the guy, you know. So welcome in, Wolf. How are you? How's your day? How's your morning? Thank you for the bunk. Thank you for the redeem. Okay, go here. The reservoir elevator. Okay. Dorito man, I like. Oh my god! Shen loves roleplay. I like Dorito man. Dorito. Okay. Dorito. There has to be like a treasure here, right? It's red. What is the treasure? Oh, let me go back down. Is it here? Below? No, it's not. It's up here. Treasure? Where's the treasure? Is it on one of these? One of these. Oh wait, is it this? Photo of a rare animal. That's a rare animal? A pig? A pig is a rare animal? The laboratory. Can I still crank here? Rebel has been following Shinobi for 2 years, 4 months. Oh my god, almost 3 years now. Rare enough to kill. Okay, rare enough to scare me. Is that what the rare animal is? The one that scared me? Is that the one? Wait, I didn't get a little ball. Oh well, it's fine. Oh well. Okay. A beast. A beast? Oh, I killed it already. Toshi has been following Shinobi for 7 months, 17 days. 1 hour. 1 hour. Sheesh. This way. This way? Am I gonna get attacked? Wait, I couldn't still crank on the chickens, right? Okay. Chicken, chicken. This way. Is it this place? Oh, this one over here? Crank. Since I've been following Shinobi for 1 year, 6 months. 8 days and 20 hours. Where's 1 year, 6 months of my life? Yeah, right. Okay. What was the point of this? Can I go up here? What? What was the point? It was just chickens? Can I kill the chicken? I don't want to kill the chicken though. Should I? They're fine. Escape! Leave! You're free! No? Okay, this way. This way, Papa? Papa? Is it talking about me? The gate is open. Okay. It's a missing item I didn't grab here. But I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is. Congratulations, you're a dad now. I've been a dad. You know that yellow that yellow. Whoa. Are you guys gonna hurt me? Are you gonna hurt me? They're looking at me. They're looking at me. Ah! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to shoot you, bro. Oh! Oh my god. Hell, this is so cute! Oh shit. It hurt me. Never mind. The show must go on. The show must go on. Can I kill one? I'm sorry! Meat? Okay, maybe I shouldn't have killed them, right? No? No? Goat flavor bacon? Goat flavor bacon? Oh my god, how are the kids? Oh, one of them has become evil and tried to kill me. Okay. Rare animal, strange bird. Wait, I never saw this bird. Isn't this in the cemetery? Treasure map, family photo. Imagine Shan as a mother. The mouse sounds awful. Poor kids. You know that is true. I can't even imagine. I can't even like imagine myself being like a parent. A parent. Shen parent. Shen parent.
Oh.
Evil and try to kill his dad. Sounds like someone I know. What the heck?
Do you have enough firepower? I can now offer an expanded weapon modification service.
Ooh. Okay, so this. Necklace with 2 holes. I'm never gonna finish this, huh? Necklace with 2 holes. Should I just hold on to it? Okay. I'm gonna keep holding on to it. I don't know what it is. I really want to complete it. Okay. Explosive, magnum ammo, pipe. Okay.
This is Lord Moreau's? I suppose it's what they call the beauty of the grotesque.
Okay, I could upgrade this. Reload speed, yes. Ammo.
This
yes.
modification can be done in just
Rate
a
of fire. Let's do shotgun. Yes. Rate of fire. Why is there only one? Okay. Ammo.
If only you had the funds.
Okay, let's do reload. Reload speed. Now I'm poor. I'm poor. Hey yo, fanboy dad sounds wild too. I mean, I've seen some fanboy dads. I've seen some. Like some dads that are like, you know they're like in the closet, but like they're just not out there. But like you could definitely tell. You know? Alright. This one? Number 2? Alright! Is this a good spot to end, guys? Is this a good spot to end my stream? It's been 4.5 hours. I think it's pretty good. Pretty good. Alright. You know, we killed 2 bosses. Technically 3. We killed 3 bosses. And I think you only have 1 more boss left. for one more left. Now finish it next stream. Hopefully, probably not next stream, but like next Resident Evil 8 stream. I'm right. Should I raid someone? Who's even on? Lillian? She's playing Dead by Daylight. Alright. Alright. Dead by Daylight stream. Let's go, let's go. Alright, thank you everyone for coming by. Thank you for joining. Thank you for the follows. Thank you for the raids. So many raids today. So such big raids. Thank you everyone for coming by. Thank you for lurking. Make sure you guys all drink water. Make sure you lock your doors, lock your windows, lock your closets, cause I'm gonna lurk. Thank you. Bye bye everyone. Thank you for coming by. I don't know where I'm gonna stream next, but we will see. Bye bye. Rest well everyone. Bye bye.